Wow. I don't know what kind of playlist to build. Probably should avoid Zuko tribute videos. Music could be nice. Apparently, there's a diarrhea outbreak in the US that I was not made aware of because I've not eaten food not made in my kitchen for last week. Apparently, Roxas had a salary in Organization 13. I was not made aware of this. What else? Weird philosophical videos about the Odyssey. One-hour breakcore mix. A video about online gambling. Apparently, there was a violent crash in Silver Spring, Maryland. A secret, undisclosed ad economy. I feel like secret and undisclosed are very, you know, same thing. Ish. There's a bunch of Midwest safety videos I have not watched. Dang, a Kingdom Hearts animation with Riku in it. But I can't. might like it, but I might also hate it. I mean, I got a 12 video playlist already. I could stop. I could stop by now. And then a video saying that Chain of Memories is fundamentally flawed. I don't want to watch it because I like Chain of Memories. I mean, is it a perfect game? Absolutely not. However, it is right up there with games that I am willing to play and finish. Maybe I finished it because I didn't have much else to do back then. Alright, I should peace. I got a 16 video playlist. Is it Chipotle? Is it the Taco Bells? Am I being slanderous? It sounds. I don't know, it sounds fungal. It sounds freaky. Yeah? Oh, okay. Hmm. Oh, wait. Do I know who I can blame for this? I'm currently looking for animated Matrix GIFs. Where does this thought come from? What if the worker doesn't want to use the porta potty? But I guess it's strange. Like, what? I guess I'd understand. Or is agriculture and human feces just incompatible? Cyclosporiasis, a parasitic infection, particularly in Michigan. Contaminated food or water. You know, dude, they have like those porta potties, and they also have those really cool portable hand washing stations. I saw them once. I think it was at some farmer's market or some like festival. It was so nice. Yeah, no one's gonna remember what they ate 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna blame watermelon. I have no proof. It's like you gotta start keeping a food diary for the next 2 weeks and see what happened. Alright, so that was a really interesting thing she just said. Okay, so sterilization via hot composting is because I was like wondering in my brain because I once read a novel. It was a fiction novel about this one dude who was sent to different worlds and had to farm. And his go-to motto was always using human manure as fertilizer. But it would make sense. Okay, you gotta hot compost it first to sterilize it of any parasites and bacteria. Makes sense. I understand. I wonder. No, I don't know. If I were to ever try, I would need to make sure I know what hot composting is. Anyway, is anyone suffering from some diarrhea? I'm not yet. I'll let you know. The problem is they use the euro. Place I know exists. Alright, it's actually the trains, but no, she said trends. Even bingo. Yeah, like mobile bingo games are freaking crazy. Oh yeah. Okay, without understanding the actual terms, I don't know if that makes sense. It doesn't seem like it would discourage gambling at all. It would just rake in money from the people doing the gambling. For example, I think in the US, the latest tax bill changed how wins and losses were taxed in gambling. And like people don't care. They do it anyway. It just means that the government gets more money out of it. Probably in ways that you don't even expect. Like for example, a lot of the gambling apps, I would assume, send you a 1099K, just like PayPal or Stripe, at the end of the year. Or, at the very beginning of the next year. And so you may really not have any idea of how much you might owe if you're just doing it day to day. It's so horrible. feel like they could probably just do a series of this exact episode in every country. I feel like it's global. Betrayal. Is this a guy that faked his death in India? Uh-huh. I mean, it's not actually in cyberspace. It is stored locally on his hard drive. I mean, if it was Bitcoin, then they would have been able to know if it was transferred out of that wallet. Mm. I got distracted looking for a laptop.
Equinox07 says,
Meow.
yo, what's good?
I mean, there's not much that is bad. The Equinox. Honestly, I was slacking off looking on Mercari for used laptops. I'm trying to get a ThinkPad. There's so many models. In the background, there's a documentary about a old Bitcoin exchange that scammed. I mean, 40 minutes in.
Equinox07 says, oh, what do you have in mind?
Oh, Lord.
I'm trying to upgrade my own PC and get a new one soon.
Upgrade a PC in these trying times. If yours still works, I think you should save money. Save your money for sure. It's all gonna come crashing down. Give it like a few years and you won't regret it. Alright? You won't regret waiting a few years. As for what I'm looking right now in the T14 series of the Lenovo ThinkPad. They're nice.
Equinox07 says, yeah, hey, race hoping, but who's to say it won't also be more expensive?
Look, you're not wrong with that thinking. What? Give you the. I mean, or here's my thinking. If you don't really need an upgrade, then you wait a few years and you buy what you want from some other PC bro who decided to upgrade his computer in the year of our Lord 2026. And like, for example, I never need to upgrade my shit because I don't play modern games. I don't play bloated, unoptimized multiplayer plus slot. I like old stuff. I really want to play Darksiders. I played the original Assassin's Creed on a like 2008 Toshiba laptop. No, maybe 2012. It was a sad, sad boy. I had to play on low graphics. I turned it up to high when I was up on some tower, and the game started like giving me threats of death. It was beautiful. It was beautiful for one moment. Then I had to turn it down and just enjoy the game with no visuals, which is fine. I don't have eyes to look at pretty things
Equinox07
in the
says,
game.
true, I don't need to upgrade per SE, but it's just a bunch of factors like online college class courses or science shit for my degree need be, and I have this nice 4K monitor, right, good for movies and whatnot, but it is just a slog for any game post 2020.
Boy, your eyes are not even good enough to see past 4K. See, I think the truth is that you can reason yourself into buying or not buying anything. You know, I'll say this. If you have no debt, if you save up for it, you can buy whatever you like. If you have no debt and you save up to pay for it in full. With those two factors in mind, no one can judge you for buying the weirdest blow-up doll that Japan can give you. However, I think also if you worry about having enough money, or if college, every dollar that you pay down of your debt is another dollar you don't have to worry about if you have student debt, or every dollar you put away now. I mean, I say this even though I have my doubts about stability of the stock market these days, but It's hard to even give the normal financial advice when you just kind of have trouble
Equinox07
believing
says,
anything.
for sure I also just feel like there's way worse things to do like putting it on Klarna or gambling, which is huge RN.
Before this video, I had just watched the 14-minute video about South African gambling epidemic. Right, because yes, absolutely, gambling is the dumbest thing to do with your money, bar none. Like absolutely. However,
Equinox07 says, I try and be financially responsible and literate.
I'm very happy to hear that. Stick around and I will challenge you. We will debate on various aspects of financial responsibility and literacy. Just tell me that you know that it's not smart to roll over negative equity into a new car. Oh, the horrors. But, yeah.
Equinox07 says, okay, so hear me out. The idea is you go to the bank, right? 100k loan, put it all on black, double it, put it all on black, quadruple it. Equinox07 says, rinse and repeat.
You see, if that would work, if gambling were gambling, what usually happens, or what the case of this woman that was in this video, she was part of this savings group with her church friends, if I understood the story correctly, where like everyone contributes money to a pot regularly, and one person holds the pot of money, and then at a certain time, your money is given back to you. It's just forcing people to save, like people that are not used to just putting money away into a savings account. It's a method for them to save money. Well, her partner was abusive and stole the money that she was supposed to be holding on to for people. So what does she do? She takes the remainder of it and gambles with it, desperately hoping that she can make the money back to give back to the people. And then she rinses and repeats. See, the first gamble, the first bet she made, she won. But then it all went downhill. She just lost and lost and lost. I think the worst thing that can happen for anyone who gambles is that they win the first time. I think I have a plan. If I ever have children, I am going to introduce them to gambling by having them lose at everything. I have imagined, in my imagination, I imagine buying resealed Pokemon cards.
Equinox07 says, that's the thing, you can gamble but then never again, yeah, no. Like the actual plan is to hit it big once and then never again, lol.
You cannot plan anything when it comes to gambling. Because it's gambling. You know, it's like me making plans on the basis that I suddenly wake up and become Elon Musk. Like, I mean, I can write it all down, but it is simply a fan fiction. What is more sane is to make plans based on reality. Like, I can make a plan that tomorrow I take the $20 in my wallet, I go hit up my local coin dealer and see what kind of like gold nuggets or dust I can buy so that I can start building my treasury. I mean, it's a plan based in reality.
Says, I was being ironic to a degree, but I do speak truth to literally just never digging the hole deeper and just trying to hit it big again like it's stupid.
I feel like it. I don't know the mind of a gambler, but I can use my weird ass brain and I can kind of get into that mindset and I can understand it's the only way. Some people believe that they can make it big in a short enough time span to do certain things. Oh, I owe money to so many people. The only way I can ever repay them is by using the little money I have and betting it all. However, If you've never heard of Boss Man Jack, do I have a story to tell you? Alright, because this dude is a
Equinox07
beautiful
says,
example.
I have ADHD, which makes me more risk prone to addiction, so that's why I tread lightly on so many things.
And you know, it is best that you just tread lightly, because the easiest way to never get addicted to something is to just not do it. And some people may say, but just try it. You only live once. But you know what? You only have so long to dig yourself out of crippling depression and debt after touching gambling. So it's better to just not. You can, you can just form your own little the religious creed of Equinox, where you don't touch gambling and you only buy things with money you have. It's a beautiful life. I join you in the religion that may or may not exist as of yet. Like, for example, in my religion, in my personal creed, no debt, no credit, no killing, no stealing, except software and books, and shows, and books. Be kinder, pretend you care. Personal creed that I try to follow every day. I try.
Equinox07 says, credit and debt aren't bad imo, it's just nuanced.
Okay, but just like gambling, it's nuanced, but some is just bad. Like sports gambling is just dumb. What else? Prediction markets are just gambling.
Equinox07 says, oh for sure.
Uh, Buying your burrito in 4 no interest payments is still dumb. Even if it's not in, even if there is no interest on your 4 installments of burrito, it is still dumb. And then if you buy it on a credit card with 26% interest, it is even more dumb than dumb. And buying a new $40,000 car that won't last 5 years on a 72 month payment.
Says, the burrito needs to be paid in a 24 monthly installment plan, bro, trust.
There is a documentary that I watched that has absolutely convinced me that debt is how people fuck up their lives. Not just people. Debt is like data. Debt is like cellular data. Alright? When you only have access to a little bit of debt, you can only get yourself in a little bit of trouble. But the more unlimited it is, the more you pay for it later. Or, for example, let's say you have a phone plan where let's say it's not unlimited, they just don't stop you once you reach your limit, and then they charge you after. That is unlimited debt. You don't know how much pain you're in until you're too far gone. I was gonna look something. Oh, but there was a documentary I watched that it was really fun history.
Says, debt is like cellular data when you accidentally go into international waters and then get a 6K bill for a phone call in Italy.
I need a new phone so I can get an eSIM. Because my current phone, I can't put an eSIM in, because you know all those, this is connected, I swear. You know those ads for like cheap international data and cell phone plans? But usually they're eSIMs, or you have to like install an app, and the app connects to the eSIM somehow. Your boy is terrified. I want to travel, but I have anxiety in regards to banks and cell phones, and also getting lost and tortured for money I don't have. I just need a tourist group to hold my hand and take me
Equinox07 says.
traveling.
Easy is the audio jack removal equivalent.
Ah. Oh, the removal of physical sims? Or yeah. I mean, it's all a ploy to shut down your phone and make it so that you have less and less control. Cause you know what it is. They take away the physical eSIM and they take away the micro SD storage expansion. It's all connected, right? No more eSIM, or no more physical SIM, no more place for you to conveniently put your physical micro SD storage expansion, and they all claim it's for the waterproofness of shit, but you know that you are never touching water to your phone anyway. It's all a ploy. It's all a game. Like, my phone right now has an audio jack, has a micro SD storage expansion,
Equinox07
and is
says.
USB-C.
Literally, it's also just cheaper manufacturing for them.
Yeah, less dingy doodles and hoo-has that need to slide out and slide back in and work. It's beautiful. Solder that storage in. No need to worry about any fool upgrading your battery. Ha ha ha. Make phone just like they make cars. They make phones that require you to break the screen just to replace the battery. Like, you make a car that to replace like one electronic component in the door, you have to basically tear the entire door out. It's all incestuous and sad. And that's why you have to be very conscious of the things you buy. Which is why the phone I want to buy, I want to make sure that I can flash Graphene OS to it. But,
Equinox07 says. Yo, what are we making anyway? Is it like a SPHYNX?
how do you even spell
Equinox07
it?
says. Ballsack cat, my beloved.
Is it? I don't. Do you think this picture is AI? I like it though, but if it's, I don't know. I don't think it's AI. My gut feeling is it's not AI. But look, they have. Well, at least this one. I think it's all different. Maybe there are some that have more fur than others.
Equinox07 says. Nah, I have good AI sixth sense.
Okay, so the person that asked me to draw this, they did not specifically ask for a ballsack cat. It's just like every time I'm drawing a cat these days, I'm trying to reference an actual cat breed to try and practice. And I drew here's the paper drawing. And I just made the ears in such a way that when I was looking at it on the computer, I was like, you know what? The skin kitty. But it has to be white. Cat has to be white. I'm the master of procrastination. If no one makes me draw, I will sit here
Equinox07
looking
says.
at my phone.
It's not bad. I feel like it needs some sort of piercings like on the eyebrow.
If this were not something that someone is paying me to draw, I would go ham and add all sorts of weird shit. He's getting some sunglasses. They're gonna. Now he's gangster. Actually, the entire time I'm doing this, I'm thinking of the Matrix. I have liquefied glasses. So I have these guys in the corner.
Equinox07 says. Now he looks like Leon, the professional.
I don't know which Leon you mean. Resident Evil Leon? Or like, or Leon, or Leon, or saying like a lion. Kitty kitty.
Equinox07 says. It's a movie, just search it and you'll get the vibe.
Okay, I am pasting these words into the search box. Léon is a 1994 French-English language action thriller film written and directed by Luc Besson. It stars Jean Reno, Gary Oldman, and Natalie Portman in her feature film debut. The plot centers
Equinox07 says. Main character has those kind of glasses.
Oh, they look. I think. Do we call these bottle cap glasses? I'll add it to the reference imagery. Just for fuck's sake. I love the reference.
Equinox07 says. LMAO.
I do like the reference image feature of krita because I could send the file to someone, and if I understand it correctly, if I send the krita file, and someone opens it, they'll be like, "What the fuck is all this shit? What kind of insanity is all this?" The temptation to put on body cam videos. Stop me if you hate body cam videos.
Equinox07 says. Krita so goat fr, I've only made like a handful of things on it.
Embrace the free world. See, like krita is like my example of I don't just like with PCs, I don't need anything other than krita. Do programs exist that I could pay money for? Yes. I need them. No. Like even when things are difficult on krita, there's a I just work around it. And then I survive, and then I realize like I don't need anything else. I'm gonna have to work on making these look good. How can this call go wrong? How can this traffic stop going up? The dogs have been so cute. Oh.
Equinox07 says. What's the commission desk exactly?
The description of the commission: draw my white and green cat. Yeah, that's it. I can't even get on the website to check what they actually said. Let me go see if the website is up right now. Have you ever tried to go to a website and it says something, someone may be trying to impersonate this website and attack you. Your connection is not private. I mean, I can load it now, but it's still
Equinox07 says. I think it just does that for weird looking HTTPS links. Equinox07 says. Even if legit.
Yeah, the whack. Alright. I can load it now. Oh, okay. It said that the certificate expired. Or someone in the there's a live chat on the entire website. So apparently the HTTPS certificate had expired, and now it's all good. So now I can read. I can read
Equinox07
exactly.
says. What is it like Fiverr?
Yeah, it's crypto fiber called XMR Bazaar. You can pay people in XMR to do things. Alright, what do they say? So they want an avatar.
Equinox07 says. Isn't that Monero?
Yeah. Only real crypto. I, I say that it's not like I have a particular conviction for it. I just like it. Anyway, they just wanted a profile picture utilizing their cat, which if you do or you do not know, it's just the cat from VTube Studio. I don't think anyone could understand how shocked I was when the person was like, "This is the reference image I have of my cat. That I would like you to use when making an avatar." And I'm like, "Wait, it's a fucking VTube Studio." And he's like, "Well, yeah, I use it when I'm doing video calls." I'm like, "Oh, okay." It's not like I could say anything. I used VTube, like I used PNG tubers and Live2D tubers during COVID.
Equinox07 says. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I were to ever use Crypto to get anything, I'd just use a stable pegged currency like say a gold krieoh or like USDECT.
Well, the problem is that most of the main stable coins, they are controlled by major entities. They're not free, and they're not free from corruption and free from centralized control.
Equinox07 says. True, which is against the entire idea of crypto, I guess.
I mean, the thesis of the original Satoshi Nakamoto was that he wanted to make a digital currency free from the corruption of governments and like that could be used internationally without borders, yada yada yada. I don't know, there are smarter people than I that also just kind of question the legitimacy of any pegged coin or any pegged anything. I mean, like, who the fuck is control? Look, the thing is, for it to be pegged, okay, just like the gold standard back in the day, the gold standard had to be revoked because the US did not have enough gold to actually back up.
Equinox07 says. Yeah, I know it goes in depth, but most this shit is made up to a degree. It's all just us believing it.
I mean, currency as a whole is just a communal delusion. We all agree to believe that this thing I have
Equinox07 says.
is worth what
the
I
gold
can
standard
get.
also just fell off a cliff after currency got digital.
Yeah, I mean, it's not unfair to say holding on to clunky physical assets is difficult when we want to transact quickly across borders.
says. I think literally less than 20% of money is in cash, and it's mostly just digital numbers floated between banks.
I would be surprised if it's even 20%. We got the world's first trillionaire on paper. Money is all on paper. Just remember, I can have a company and I can say that my company has 1,000 shares. And if I sell one share at $1, then I am considered a thousandaire on paper. I only have $1. But my company is now valued at $1,000 because I managed to sell one share at $1. SpaceX is not a $1.8 trillion company.
Equinox 07
He
says,
sold so few
yeah,
shares.
SPCX fell off a cliff LMAO, it's below IPO price, which is why I made new PC money because I shorted it.
Ooh. You are a gambling boy. Shorting is scary. I'm very curious about it, but I know that I am too much of a coward to ever touch it. I watch so many videos though. If I were to short it, man, if I were a shorting man, I would be shorting fucking everyone. It's good that you got that dough. But I still stand true to what I say. It could go up. You're not wrong, but it could go down. Or I think because I buy everything used anyway, so I don't. The price might go up for the new market, but people will always be unloading their old stuff. How about everything used? I guess it's one of my other philosophies. I don't buy anything new that doesn't have. I don't have a reason to.
Equinox 07 says, nah, stocks is between GME YOLO gambling and then just the boring but true just buy the entire market in index funds and then wait like 20 years doing literally nothing.
You either have the pure gambling, day trading is gambling, meme stocks gambling. If you look at the stock market and try to make decisions based off news headline, you're gambling. I prefer the wait 20 years doing nothing. That's my preference. Even though it's very difficult because I watched way too many economy analysts these days, ranging from I watched so many interviews with famous fund manager Jeremy Grantham.
Equinox 07 says, yeah, I watch a lot econ finance infotainment online.
And it's easy to get wrapped up in it, but like you said, infotainment. I'm choosing to treat it as pure entertainment and not let it get in the way of my hold it and weep strategy. Right? Because otherwise, it's just gambling. Like if I try to do anything, it'll be gambling. So what I do, what I want to do, I want to get some international. I want to get some more international index funding in there. And it's annoying because if you start like specializing in a one country, you're gambling again. But I just gotta go all world index fund, world, all the fucking world. Even though in my heart of hearts, I just kind of want to go China, but. Yeah, this is what I mean by procrastinating. I can literally wiggle around the canvas and go in circles and just fiddle about. Like, what I need to do is start coloring some stuff in. And clean up the tail.
Equinox 07 says, yeah, what I have now is literally just a mix between US market and then international and then a dividend fund, so you get some nice compounding.
Mm-hmm. I think when I first opened my accounts, I was like a bipolar penguin having a manic episode with a squirrel as my fund manager. You do not want to see my accounts. It is literally as if you put a kid in a candy shop and gave him a few quarters and was like, get what you want. Like, what the fuck did you do? I don't know what I did. Stop looking at me. I am daunted by the aspect of ever having to balance my portfolio, but I need to. I'm in a desperate need. I have to figure out the
Equinox07 says,
percentages of all my
it's a
assets.
good early lesson, I guess.
I mean, life is interesting. I could have worse issues.
Equinox07 says, why does the tail have a fur tuft at the end? Isn't it a hairless cat /?
Yeah, so consider so it's not actually a sphinx. It's a normal cat with sphinx vibes because I like furry tails. I don't want to give it a skinny rat's tail. And when I color it in, it'll have fur. Like it won't be skin. The reason it's pink right now is because I was thinking, what color is a little bit offset from green? So like this is green over here. I was like, wait, what color is opposite green? Because green is the contrasting color for this character. It's supposed to be
Equinox07
white and
says,
green.
okay, that makes sense.
I mean, keep in mind, even if it doesn't make sense, I mean, I have a logic in my mind for why I do things, but it doesn't mean it's the correct thing to do. Like, I don't know, you can't really see the tail and the avatar I'm using, but it is weird as hell. It's very fluffy. I even bought a fucking Bitcoin ETF. Lord knows what I was thinking. My father.
Equinox07 says, one shit I'll never get is hash crypto mining. That shit is beyond stupid to me.
I don't know what the word hash. I know what crypto mining is. I don't know what like hash crypto mining is specifically. All I know is that computers working to solve a thing, and when they do, they get a reward. But it's very wasteful because there are a lot of times where a lot of different computers are trying to all solve the same puzzle. To write other transactions to the block. To make the blockchain. I guess that's why I like there's in Monero there's the mining pool where everyone combines their compute like their computer resources. They all work together. I feel like that's just like less wasteful. The whole big issue is that if you have like a bunch of computers all trying to solve the exact same thing, I mean the point is that you want security by having redundancy so that not one person is writing things to the block and is in control of
Equinox07
everything.
says, it is the equivalent of spamming the calculator app but with like 1,000 GPUs a trillion times per nanosecond just in hopes of landing on the right number to mine a coin.
Yeah, there has to be a better way. How come there's no like gimmicky green energy crypto yet? Maybe there is and it just didn't take off. Like imagine crypto that claimed to like only mine from solar energy. Just give me my nuclear crypto mining plant. Everyone's a pussy when it comes to nuclear, but I demand my nuclear plants. You know, as a reward someday, if ever a cool crypt or a cool new nuclear plant is
Equinox
built,
07 says. Nuclear reactor energy is literally GOAT.
it's literally goaded and everyone is just too scared. I don't care about the dangers. You and I, the world all knows. If you want the renewable energy, you got to embrace the nuclear god. Okay? You can try to make it up with solar and wind and geothermal and all this shit, but you know you want the nuclear. You know you want that radiation.
Equinox 07 says. Literally because the Soviets cheaped out and put graphite tips on their reactor cooling rods to cut corners and then that shit blew up in Chernobyl. Equinox 07 says. Now everyone is scared.
It's like, just don't make mistakes and things won't. Imagine planes. Imagine if people freaking stopped making airplanes because of the first few crashes. Look, you're either gonna innovate or you're gonna lay here and die and like never travel again. See, this year is weird, but also it's acceptably weird. I could just ignore it. I'm going coloring.
Equinox 07 says. Nah, the year looks fine, emo.
It's just things look weird to me. An artist is always their own worst critic.
Equinox 07 says. An artist can't enjoy their own cake. Equinox 07 says. Literally that one image.
If it is very difficult to enjoy one's own cake, that's for sure. But also, when you try to enjoy someone else's cake, you just start comparing it to your own cake, and you're like, fuck this kitchen, fuck this bakery, fuck these people, fuck these hoes. I'm gonna go home and fucking poison myself on my own fucking cake. That's how the day goes a lot of time. I don't socialize much with other artists because it's like going to a bakery and realizing you just can't bake as much as that makes sense.
Equinox 07 says. I took a culinary class once, like a commercial kitchen type, and that was literally the freest class ever.
I took a home ec class in which we did a lot of cooking, also some sewing. Or they might have been two different classes. But I did one specifically cooking class, well, two classes. It was so fun. She would bring us like she had a friend who was a manager for Panera Bread, and she would bring us like day old bagels and like cheesy bagels, flavored bagels. And then, of course, she would teach us to cook, and it was all like, okay, you gotta learn to put on your apron with only, like, from. It's gonna sound dumb,
Equinox
but.
07 says. This one was more like industry food service back of house tier, but we'd literally bullshit for 3 hours since the classes were extra long.
Okay, I feel like I had a choice, or I had an opportunity to do something like that. I was going to a school that had an attached technical school where I could choose between different classes. There was IT, there was engineering, and then there was an industrial.
Equinox 07 says.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. Equinox 07 says.
I love that school.
Tech.
Like, I love university towns. The education system is so goated. I went into the engineering class. I could have done the graphics class. I could have done the IT class. I could have done the cooking class. But yeah, the cooking class was like the description was like for people that want to go into commercial cooking. I was tempted, but I got to play with a CAD in the engineering class, and then I failed a lot of the tests. But I could do the program. I'm not gonna say I was good or great, but I got I did all my assignments very well when it came to the 3D modeling program. But when it came to memorizing the equations and I passed that class. I did great. I did great. I just failed the unfair things.
Equinox07 says, I'm trying to do a B.S in environmental science for my degree. Equinox07 says, trying to work in the public government sector.
You know, you're doing something really important. Because if anyone is going to change the world, it's the people that go through the bullshit of life, go through these requirements, and put themselves where changes are made. You know? Like, there are a lot of people. There was this one video I was watching on solar punk, and at the end of the video, he was like, you know what? Some people in my comments are saying that because of me, they're gonna go into like urban planning and different like various fields that may actually impact the way that the world is run. And I mean, we need it because if no one goes into those fields, then the people that are gonna make all the decisions are the people that have always made all the decisions.
Says, urban planning is so fire. I have like a collective 500 plus hours in cities skylines too.
The most I've ever been close to urban planning is being sent a picture of a really interesting Chinese industrial city. And I was like, is this real? I'm gonna see. Like, I was sent a picture
Equinox
so beautiful.
Says, oh, like Vorkuta Russia type.
It was
says,
a province of China.
Where it's just a giant mine.
I don't know what we are I'm talking about beautiful. I'm trying to find some kind of picture. I don't know. I don't think I will be able to find it, but this is not real. This image that I'm about to put on screen is not real. Yeah. This is not real, but someone sent me a picture from China that was so close to this that I legitimately had to ask myself, is this real? It was beautiful. It was a company campus in which they had living quarters for the employees. Like, the entire campus was about 2 miles, at a perimeter of 2 miles. And I was sent a picture from inside one of the employee apartments. And it was just like, what the fuck?
Equinox07 says, it feels like those shitposts where the caption is life if X thing / idea didn't exist.
Now I'm looking, but I don't think he sent it. Yeah, no. He sent pictures of the freaking apartment gym, of all things, and the food. Oh. The only propaganda I need is one guy sending me pictures I'm trying to be. I just want to. Oh my god! I don't know. I'm making 0 sense because excuse the word salad. Point being, uh, well, yeah. Imagine if we could just start. I don't know. No, that sounds bad, right? If I say, imagine if we could just start fresh in a town and like build it in a really cool way. But I mean, why not? If we go into a recession, then I just hope that they take the Roosevelt route and just put tons and tons of
Equinox07
money
says,
into
China is actually crazy though because they'll have some city like Chongqing in the middle of nowhere that houses like 30 million people.
the city I'm trying to. I can't remember if it's like Guam.
Equinox07 says, that no one knows about.
Wait, I found pictures of slums. This one is Guangdong Industrial Park. What a beautiful picture. I feel like one benefit of tyranny is that you can just be like, yeah, right here. We're just gonna build something cool right here. You don't like it? Well, I don't care. I like to imagine that if I were to ever be a ruler, I would be a benevolent tyrant. Or I would like to call it a not so bad dictatorship. I need to stop looking at pictures of China. Imagine if I had used my time wisely and just finished this drawing. I could earn my magical imaginary money.
Equinox07 says, what kind of music do you like?
Some people call it nerdcore. I listen to a lot of things that have stories. Like, for example, there are just open VLC and shuffle. Let's see. What of these?
Equinox07 says, I think last year I listened to some 1000 plus hours of music.
I wouldn't be surprised if I listened to more, because. Well, okay, 1 year, 24, 365. I'm trying to do math in my head. 24. I can't, no. 24, 365. So, theoretically, you got 8,760 hours to fill. Well, if you divide it by 2 and just assume for 12 of those hours you'll be sleeping, you have 4,380 hours to fill. I am definitely that type of person that's always listening to something. When I first started my job, I listened to a lot of music, and then I slowly transitioned into podcasts and audiobooks, and now like just YouTube videos, just like a lot of interviews. And sometimes I just get in like a vibe where it's like the music isn't hitting as hard.
Equinox07 says, God, I love second monitor content. Equinox07 says, God.
Oh, like, I guess that's what you call it. I mean, yeah. Is this even capturing? No, it's not.
Equinox07 says, yeah, that general vibe of media.
But what's fascinating is that, AI slop is made to be second monitor content, but I cannot stomach it. I legit like to me, I can hear it. I can hear AI scripts. And I think one thing is that you'll notice that it repeats in strange ways. Like they seem to never get to a new point. They loop a lot. They're very senseless in the long run. Like point by point can make sense, but it's just bleh. So I'm happy to say that I ingest a lot of
Equinox07
human.
says, nah, my bar isn't that low. I just watch some dudes VOD watching a video or listen to music or watch infotainment /.
Yeah, there's so much media that I don't really worry about running out. I have about 50 tabs of YouTube right here. I anyone who claims to be bored is just lazy, I think.
Equinox07 says, there really is like you could not watch all of it in like 10,000 lifetimes in one day.
And that's not even considering like legitimate media or like old. You got from the 70s, from the 40s, from the invention of television. Just because it's old doesn't mean it's bad. Have you ever watched Columbo? If you have never watched Columbo, I would like you to go watch Columbo. Just some really good detective show. And it's beautiful. Or I would like to introduce you to the 1000 episodes of Detective Conan, which exist for your pleasure. Detective Conan is the best lunch anime. Each episode is a self-contained detective mystery. And there's humor, there's character development, there's like an overarching plot that like
Equinox07 says, I think my favorite old movie is Apocalypse Now.
I have not yet watched
Equinox07
it.
says, it's free on YT.
Like I'm just scrolling YouTube now, and I just got recommended a 1 hour video about Kid Icarus Uprising and who you choose to listen to. It's got 9.5 thousand videos. I am very curious about what it is about. I've put it in a new tab, and perhaps one day I may watch it. Ah, there's too many things. I listened to a video about 3D printed houses today. And it was fascinating. It was one of these videos where
Equinox07 says, what you got a big watch later catalog.
I got a huge watch later catalog. This is my watch later catalog. On my YouTube app, which is a third-party app that you can, it's called Pipe. Here's my thing. Download it now before Google stops you from downloading
says,
anything.
God literally me with like 20 plus tabs open minimum.
Pipe. It's an app that lets you listen to things in the background, download things, have a queue, make your own custom playlists, save them, export them. I have a playlist with around 500 videos. Because sometimes in the watch later playlist, I put videos like as a this is a really good video. Put it back in the watch later playlist. Ah. And then I opened a new tab of YouTube and I got different recommendations and it's like I just want to click one.
Equinox07 says, put me on some music you like. Equinox07 says, I'm interested.
I tried to play straight from VLC, it didn't want to work. I'm tempted to try again. Either that. I won't torture you with what is it? Demon no. Now anime girl, the Korean pop K-pop Demon Hunters. I legitimately like those songs. But let me just try and get VLC to work again. Because I'm not signed in. It didn't work then. But I'm gonna make you work. I closed VLC? Of course I closed VLC. Recent media. Open folder.
Equinox07 says. VLC. Let me guess you download everything LOL.
I download everything. If it's on the internet, it exists forever until the moment that you want to go find it again. Make it yours permanently. Download it today.
Equinox07 says. Based AF.
People be like downloading gigabyte, like 100 gigabyte games. Just save a little bit of gigabytes for your books and your like. Here's the one thing I really want to download. There are a few anime that I desperately want to download, but I can't afford the space. That's the one sad thing. Ooh, this is a song I like. But what did I do? Okay, it was like, I am going to torture myself and my computer until I make this work. How can I make this work? Do I add it to this? It works. No, it's not working. This is legitimately annoying. How can not anything work? Is OBS just like
Equinox07
not
says. I'm like hybrid. I download /torrent some things but not everything, like I'm sharing a YouTube premium subscription that comes with YT Music, in which I have like literally 3k plus like songs from years back.
Yeah, but what if you don't want to pay that? Well, I mean, you're sharing it with someone, but what if they just keep increasing the price forever? You know, a rich man is a man with no debts. And I mean, like in a logistical sense, it's not a debt per se, but an amount you have to pay forever to keep all the songs you love. I just download it. Oh, die a king. Die a king.
Equinox07 says. I say sharing, but I'm literally am not the one paying for it, just a shared password type deal.
I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. I'm just the sort that doesn't pay. Period. This is the sort of this is an example. This is not like an example of like the only type of song I like. But I actually really like the lyrics. Change. Away.
Equinox07 says. Not even bad emo, it just sounds like a remix from like two genres.
And I don't even know very many genres. I think uh breakcore is pretty interesting. Like the AMV aspect, it's a the one that I liked, the one that I have downloaded is a Demon Slayer AMV, but the sounds from the anime are not elevating the song at all. See, now I'm
Equinox oh
stuck. I
07
don't know what to
says.
do.
Yeah, I was going to say it reminded me of breakcore, but let me get you put on some 90s DNB.
I don't know what DNB. Let me look back.
Equinox 07 says. Drum and bass.
Ah. See, I have to like paint this somehow. He can't stay pink. Alright, I was gonna do his eyes. Look away, look away, look away. I don't wanna live forever, I just wanna die a king. Apparently his eyes are bluish. See, and here's where I have options. Either I make the entire eye bluish, you know,
Equinox
like
07
this.
says. Oh, or Apex Twin, I feel like you'd like that.
I'll look at it. What I would usually do though is make the entire eye white and put only color in this little area. Is it Apex with the H? Pretty options. Just away.
Equinox 07 says. Apex.
Alright, I put on my mix, which even though I'm logged out, YouTube just knows, because fucking I'm being checked everywhere I go. But I mean, I don't know if this is nerdcore yet. The stuff I like, well, it's so nerdy. I like it a lot. I'll think of what song specifically to show off. There's so many. And they're so good that like it's not even some some fan songs are kind of cringe, but you like it because you like the media, right? These songs are good on their own. It's good because I don't like listening to bad things.
Equinox 07 says. What like host music?
No. I mean stuff like let me see. Uh, have you ever heard of Fable or Divide Music? Actually, I think I may have like also brainwashed myself into loving nerdcore because when I had wisdom teeth surgery, in the surgery room, they had YouTube up on a projector, and they were like, "Okay, what music do you want to fall asleep to from the anesthesia?" And I was like, "Wait, seriously?" and they let me put on Divide music. And so I drifted off into, a very stressful, it was a very stressful situation, but I drifted off listening to my favorite nerdcore songs. Still was happy. Okay, here's one. Though to be honest, this song specifically, I like the chorus particularly, and it has a companion song because it's about a specific character, and it connects to another song. Too long, never thought you'd be this far gone. Too long from me, tears I couldn't cry.
Equinox07 says, wait, so they let you play music to go under 4?
Yes, it was wonderful. But then I woke up and I was... The waking up part was horrible. I think they should have played songs when I woke up. Every moment, waiting to sleep for so long. It's like, okay, if I die, at least I'm gonna have my last moments will be listening to songs I like. Sleep, learning, I'm still hurting, awake my heart again. My heart again. Too late, run from your face. Let God. Take back every moment, bleeding to sleep for so long. Can you tell I don't know these words specifically? Hurting to break my heart again. Overburn.
Equinox07 says, the lyrics are a vibe you try to match, not memorize.
Yeah, but the great thing is that I love songs with a story, and I have that mind where I animate it in my mind. Dance with me! So when it tells a story without being... I also have like a limit. I don't like music that's too literal.
Equinox07 says,
No.
you know The Doors?
Never heard of it.
Equinox07 says, I love The Doors.
I mean, doors let me exit strange situations. I like them too. Every moment I've been waiting to sleep for so long. And finally, I've enough. I'm moving down, but the flames sleep burning, and I'm still hurting. I break my heart again. My soul, demons in me took control. And as if it would only make me whole. See, because I started with pink and I'm not... The goal would be like use pink as an undercolor and like smartfully use blue and white to build things out. But I'm not freaking good enough at this. So I might have to recolor the base as white. And this was an interesting song, but it's an AI recreation of Sanctuary if Breaking Benjamin wrote it. But I actually would have just liked a one-to-one recreation. So, like, I'm pretty sure that whatever AI service they used didn't let them copy the lyrics one-to-one. So the end result is like a little weird. And also the AI video is fucking creepy as hell.
Equinox07 says. Wait, is it an AI song?
This is what you're hearing right now. What's left of me?
Equinox07 says. Damn, it literally sounds normal compared to say a few years ago.
There's still some tells, but here's one of my favorite examples. See, right now I'm freaking looking through all my tabs, that like trying to find something I can sacrifice so that I don't have to open a new tab. But Danny Phantom Linkin Park. Hey, do you know? Have you ever heard Danny Phantom?
Equinox07 says. I've heard of it.
Fourteen spirits built a very strange machine. Gonna catch 'em all 'cause he's Danny Phantom. His molecules got all rearranged. He realized he had sweet bright hair and glowing green eyes. While it appear and fly, he was much more unique than the other guys. He had to stop all the ghosts that were coming through. For me and you. Gotta catch 'em all 'cause he's Danny Phantom. Gotta catch 'em all 'cause he's Danny Phantom. And in case you aren't aware, that is not the original intro song. The original intro song goes like this. Loading. He's Phantom. Danny Phantom. Machine and to view a world
Woodkin says.
unseen.
I am charged up from rubbing my slippered feet on a rug for a week straight and I hear Zeus saying touch that fluffy streamer and spread my lightning. Equinox07 says. Oh, so it's a remix?
Yeah, it was made 6 years ago, so I don't know how. I don't know if AI existed 6 years ago. Here to fight for me and you. And Phantom. But yeah, okay, sure, spread your lightning all over. Okay. What do I got? I gotta go back to that. I gotta find that. Oh, which one? Which one of these tabs? Please. Okay. Does anyone believe that I can finish this drawing? I'm having a hard time believing. Mostly because I don't know what I'm doing, but I don't know. I wanted to make semi eyebrows, but it does look pretty weird. could understand letting hand.
Equinox07 says, how's the artistic process for you? Because anytime I do it it's fun, but it's few and far between anytime I do it.
I'm not sure. I don't know what I'm doing. I just try to get to the result. I hate the idea process, and if it becomes very tedious, I might give up. I think for someone that gets paid, I might have more of a work ethic, but I'm a very bad person. Like, what I do is I zoom out, and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I don't know. Something more.
Equinox07 says, isn't that literally you and every other artist though?
Yeah, then I don't know the question. But I feel like other artists, I don't know. There's like some magical artists out there that, for example, when I was a child, I once did an art trade with an artist who was they worked in an animation studio. So they managed to do a piece like this. Ah, my hand is so fucking sore. Like this, like a snap. Like 2 hours. And they were done. And it was a beautiful drawing. It was like very professional. It was clean, but it was still, artistic. It was not dead or flat. It was beautiful. And I was like, how the fuck? And I was like, yeah, I draw non-stop. It's my job. So I can just like crank shit out. And I'm like, I could never.
Equinox07 says, well, I guess the idea is that for those results there was years of process of past work behind that. Equinox07 says, so it's not really comparable.
I mean, if you say that they had like years of past experience, I mean, yeah, it's all about experience and training and learning and evolving, which I don't do. It's not very fair to expect myself to be any good when I don't put the work into being any good. But girl wants what she wants, alright? I want to wake up, be able to draw sexy guys and dragons and full animations and comic plots. But unfortunately, that doesn't really happen. Very unfortunately. I either have to torture myself with practice or suffer the unableness. See, like, really just, yeah. I don't know. Because this is like so clean, I can't even hide a lot of it in fur and such. But unfortunately, he's supposed to be white, which means that I'm gonna have to. I think I'm probably gonna have to use color correcting. We're just interesting. Like, this is looking interesting. If I took away the lines and made myself.
You know, one thing I never got was those people who drew the frame underneath with the circles and lines for where the eyes should be. I literally just never done that. I just look at references and vibe it.
I mean, do you mean like go like me near like that?
Equinox07 says, yeah, like that shit.
I mean, the point would be that you can look at a reference and instead of like you don't want to trace a reference. I'm looking at the reference and I'm drawing.
Equinox07 says, like, I get it, just never got it. I know it's just for anatomical accuracy.
I like this positional stuff. But see, like right then, I was looking at the reference and drawing to the side. And then you wanna block out the shapes, because you don't want to go edge by edge and try to trace something with your mind. I mean, it is a really good practice. Practice your hand-eye coordination and like get your brain going in a certain way. If you like, I'm looking at the picture and I'm tracing it with my mind.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Pretty much is just block the shapes out and refine it.
Yeah, I mean that's like the only concept I know. Is I try to look at the reference and I try to find the shapes. I'm seeing this shape in the snout. Like when I look at the eyes, I see like these big goggles. Yeah, stuff like that. You can take it away from your side. Could not save. Well, now it's saved.
Equinox07 says, what kind of vibe is this character? Equinox07 says,
chill.
Would you say?
Well, the guy who commissioned it is like a chill coder dude. He said he wanted like something like confident and proud. So I just be like, my vibe, he's chill. Chill, maybe snarky. That's why you got the teeth. Got a bit of attitude. If I took away the lines and like made myself finish this through painting, I probably could. But I want like a mix.
Equinox07 says, it looks like he's reacting to someone calling his name TBH.
Oh, I can whiten it out. Like, it's kind of given that one eyebrow raised kind of vibe. Looks pink. The thing is, if I go with blue, at least it won't look pink. If I go with pink, it'll just really look pink. Life is torturous. Understand the guiding hand, be afraid. Take it away, you can say.
Equinox07 says, I'm suppressed you don't have any white DSH cat references.
I don't know what that means. Demon Hunter? No. Demon Slayer? No.
Equinox07 says,
Oh.
domestic short hair.
I mean, you would think that would be logical. And if there's one thing I don't want to be, it's because like I told myself when I started I want to use sphinxes. I just fucking use sphinxes. I might just end up bullshitting all this, making the inside more pink. And like in the end, it also has to match well with the green. And see, there's not that much more to do. It's just like I can just bullshit all this. And he even said that he doesn't want it too furry looking. Like he doesn't want it too fluffy looking. So I could bullshit this. It'd have to be shorter. Like right now it's too, you know. Forgot to play this song, the companion to that other song.
Equinox 07 says. Another consideration is that it's a PFP photo, so it just has to read well from a distance / shrunk down.
I
Perhaps you
don't.
could test that
Yeah,
by shrinking the photo down and gauging it.
that's what I get wrong a lot of times. I've done a few different profile pictures, and they have failed in that aspect. I was like, I kept forgetting the message submode. Wait. Okay. What was I gonna do? My phone in my hand. I think I was gonna like check my email. Like I think right at this stage it could be interesting, and then I still have to add a background, which is just gonna be similar to this. I wanted it to be the Matrix. And see, because it's gonna be shrunk down, who's gonna fucking see anything? Ah, smart artist knows when to stop. I don't know. Break your heart again. This time we'll die together. You hurt like that, but how could you flip it apart? I was just a kid. And the men were dead. Like a western for sins. I try to find you. When I look in your eyes, our life is all a lie. I'll bet tonight with you till the end. Till the end. Like I think no matter what I do, this is gonna be Sphinx cat coded.
Equinox 07 says. It kinda looks like a white lab rat.
Like uh, no matter what I do, it's gonna like I I put myself down this road. I made this bed, and either I go back and rework a lot of things, or I have to lay in my bed. I'll start off with the tail.
Equinox 07 says. It needs whiskers.
Alright, that is possible. Don't rats also have whiskers?
Equinox 07 says. Yeah, lol.
I just got like went more of a purpley neutral color to balance out the pink. I had positive intentions. No, I already said this.
Equinox 07 says. I just think some pink or blushing around its nose and mouth would help.
I mean, I can try. You go the cheat route. Give me an airbrush. Reminds me of how like some artists put like pink blushes around like the sexy spots. That might look weird.
Equinox07 says. It works though.
It doesn't not work. I just never get it right. Why is it so fucking dark now? Blushes are like a very careful art where you don't want the edges to show, but you still have like an area you want to apply them to.
Equinox07 says. I mean literally just one reference of a white cat would help with what I mean blush-wise.
But I will look up. You, very end. Don't you know every choice, consequence I can't ignore. I can't ignore every word.
Equinox07 says. 1,000 yard stare.
That cat is staring in 2 different 1,000-yard directions.
Equinox07 says. Not a single thought.
Have you seen Puddles the cat? The cat with the brain injury. She lives in her own little world. Very interesting.
Equinox07 says. Like the wobbly cats?
It's not like it doesn't the cat it doesn't suffer from the shaken cat thing. It literally has some kind of brain injury. But like not like that one. Like not like a shaken cat brain injury. It's totally unique. Like there's a song that makes me like scream whenever I sing it. I'll keep it in my back pocket. What is left? Well, a lot of things still. I think the final thing I'll do.
Equinox07 says. I have 2 cats and one would live in the wild and the other is a domesticated to AT.
I couldn't imagine. I don't know. I because I'm too much of an animal, like a pet owner romantic.
Equinox
I would
07
want them by
says,
my side. I don't
no
know.
survival instincts.
I would hope that my cat would be able to survive, but not because I wanted it to survive outside. Like I want them to be able to defend themselves. I have the same aspirations for my imaginary cats as I do my imaginary children and my imaginary self. Tell me who's next. No, much of like a 30. Like these lines seems totally AI written. Bear with it just for the chorus. The demons I am living where eternity ends.
Equinox 07 says, yeah, I mean I can hear the AI, but if you turn your brain off it's just sounds.
Okay, well, if I turn my brain off, I'm also not me. I don't know. I'm like very petty in a lot of weird ways. Like I'm petty when it comes to smells, and I'm petty when it comes to sounds.
Equinox 07 says, what like sensory issues / preferences?
Yeah, like, if you smell bad to me, I will probably never get over it. And if you're like really loud, or if I'm in a loud place, I will get a migraine from it. I'll be annoyed. And I think what's worse is that there are things that no one else hears or smells. So, like, I mean, like
Equinox 07
if
says,
everyone suffers,
I drink about sense like I can clean my cat's litter no issue but others can't.
and it's something you either have to do or you can't have the cats. You either got to clean their poop or else.
Equinox 07 says, but I was at the lake the other day swimming and the lake floor was this horrible muddy mushy rocky vegetative floor.
The I can imagine it being like squishy and but squishy and also rocky and sharp and
Equinox 07 says,
ooh,
it was so bad, I also sliced my foot on a rock.
that's not good. That like being dramatic that could get you killed. It starts with just slicing your foot on a rock, but you never know how it's gonna end.
Equinox 07 says, I mean that's just what my work would entail anyways, I like being outdoors.
I mean, but can't you wear foot protection?
Equinox 07 says. I mean yeah lol you'd need to. Equinox 07 says. I got good hiking boots though.
Dude. Once as a child, I sliced my calf. Trying to be like the cool kids. Jumping and skipping along in a river. And a nice slimy rock got me.
Equinox 07 says. I almost died hiking in the Appalachian Mountains though.
Oh, I'm glad you're still
Equinox
alive.
07 says. Really bad weather in late November.
How'd you survive? With a smile. See, good detail. I could detail a lot of her, but like, who's got time for that shit? I think one of the great skills an artist must learn is how to fake detail. So that you don't have to actually do all that shit.
Equinox 07 says. It was because the rock faces got wet and slippery in the rain, turning the rock faces into a slip and slide off the mountain edge, so you'd have to be very careful on the way down after we slept the night getting stormed on while trees fell while I literally slept in a hammock.
Reminds me, I once read a book. It was like a romance book where it was just like they went hiking and there was a flash flood. And they survived it together. And that was the romance. Into the dark. My hands down and build you up again.
Equinox 07 says. Trauma bonded date are the best dates IG.
I mean, you learn a lot about a person. You go through something extreme with them. Or your brain just like puts out all the right hormones. I mean, aren't romance, alright, like, aren't like horror movie dates some of the best dates? Purify, and stains will
Equinox 07 says. I never understood movie dates, I mean I'm locked in on the movie TBH.
I mean, I have gone to watch a movie with my friends, and it's like you go, you be like you sneak in food together, you enjoy the movie together. Like my friend, when she wants to say something about the movie, she will like open her phone and go to the notes app and like send messages like that. And I'm the type that if I watch a movie at home, I pause it every minute to talk about it. So I'm just like whispering constantly. We went to go watch
Equinox07
Iron
says. Yeah, same case like I've gone with friends, it's a good time, and the after part was the best imo where we glaze/shit talk the movie.
Like when I watch a movie with friends online, I'm usually in charge, so I'm pausing that shit constantly and being a little menace and talking. Into the dark. Okay, if I could just get the rest of the fur the same not shittiness as the tail. I don't want to. I don't want to do very much.
Equinox07 says. I feel like the teeth need a dash of yellow to stand out. Equinox07 says. Like real teeth.
I thought the blue was enough. Oh. But that's purely because. Yeah. Carving away too much. Those are coming out.
Equinox07 says. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there an idea in art where you never use pure black or white when coloring?
I mean, like, it's an idea.
Equinox07 says. Like instead of black you do a dark indigo.
Thankfully, I'm not a real artist, so I can do whatever I want. I usually save pure white for like highlights. Oh, this is interesting. Right, this brush is either going to be good for me or bad for me.
Equinox07 says. Best breakfast, go.
I don't know, for me it's anything that's I like when I can have the first course being something fatty and meaty and maybe cheesy, and then maybe a second course with something sweet and everything paired with coffee. Like bitter, well, either like a non-sweet drink, balance everything out. I've gone to like American style diners multiple times that have like the omelets, the coffee, the hash
Equinox07
browns.
says. How do you like your coffee? I love that shit black TBH.
Like lately, I've been drinking it with cinnamon and heavy cream. So my coffee looks, like a like an Italian, I guess.
Equinox07 says. Cinnamon is so good, Imo.
There's like seasoning that shit. My Ruby bought a like industrial size container. Like it looks like this, or it's like a it's like so fucking chunky, okay? Me grabbing it with my hand. No, it's bigger than that. Like I can't. My hand.
Equinox07 says. What, like a milk jug?
Half. Okay, about the size of a pint milk jug. And it's just like great value brand cinnamon. But it's so fucking big. I think the worst part is that both hole options are just big holes. I don't know. I spill it fucking everywhere. I bet it's better to start getting it with a spoon. Leave this. You can see this. I mean, things haven't quite gone this before. So I drown my eyes. Lead my lies. Leave I just cannot revise.
Equinox07 says. Okay, would you want to know suddenly when you wake up every language in the world but you lose the ability to talk?
Nah. Like what's the point in understanding all the languages of the world if I can't use them to communicate with anyone else? Like I'm not saying that I'm a chatterbox, but I have no need for that information. At the most, I'd want to know like Korean, Japanese, and Chinese. That's just because I'm a weeb, not because I need to. Voices won't go
Equinox07 says.
away.
You could write them out. The way I see it is you know every language, like even the lost untranslated languages. Equinox07 says. Become like an archaeologist.
Well, some budding archaeologists can take that power then. I don't even know how to talk to animals. That might make it worth it. Dry my eyes. Leave my lies. Fragile skin, I'll revive. Dry my eyes. Be among the light. No skin, I'll revive. Yes, I know what gives me only makes you stronger. What's with me, though you no longer reside. Yeah, I don't usually know what to stay interesting when I'm drawing.
Equinox07 says. Okay, would you be able to travel whatever time in history you like, but you must stay there forever?
Is that like the entirety of the question, or is there an or? 'Cause I guess the answer would probably be no. I'm not adventurous enough. I'd be lonely, and I don't have the ability to make friends or get to know people, so I'm the type of person who like,
Equinox07 says. Well, the idea is that there's a button you press to have the pro, but you get the con. Equinox07 says. Kinda like a monkey's paw.
I don't know. I just expected you to give like an or, but I understand. I like the monkey paw theory like stories. Like when I heard of obsession, I just thought another monkey paw.
Equinox07 says. Hypotheticals. Equinox07 says. I love M.
Hypothetically. Those were different destinations, some way they intersect. Hmm. It's a night. Oh Lord. No more, no more. Nope.
Equinox07 says. You always know what gift to give, but no one ever knows what gift to give you.
Like, I don't usually know what gift. Sometimes I can have an idea of a gift to give to someone, but whether or not I'm actually able to give that gift is another thing. I actually prefer not to get gifts. Mostly because I don't like a lot of things. Like, the things I want are expensive, and I don't really want anyone paying for them for me. I guess, like, I also. The other thing is, no one I know who would give me a gift is also in the position to give me the things I want. And I don't want them to feel bad for that, so I'd rather just not get a gift at all. I have an idea. I want to make a circle. For the background, I could also export a version just like this. What is this?
Equinox07 says. Can't the background just be a gradient of a color?
I mean, like, I could probably just make it. Like, I don't know if they want it specifically in the same style with these circles of green. I might give them a few different versions. I might just give them a transparent version, and then I have an idea for like a matrix style background.
Equinox07 says. Oh yeah, also would you add the neon mint green line outline like the reference? Equinox07 says. With the green dot.
Like, I mean, it's like a question, but I'm not sure I'm gonna do it. I might. I mean, right? Eh. Like, I don't like that dot all alone, but I might add it. Especially since you can't see the other stuff. I have to make a copy of this. Don't look back, feeling attached. Just to carry you back, no one could hurt you then. No one could break you now. Feeling attached, go through that just to carry you back. No one could break you now. Could have accomplished this with like filters. You're feeling
Equinox07
attached.
says. It needs the window glint lines you see in glass. Equinox07 says. I don't know how to
I
describe it.
know what you mean. Don't look back, you're feeling attached. Might go through that just to carry you back. No one could take you then, could break you now. How will you make it out? Don't look back, you're feeling attached. Might go through that. No one could break you then, no one could break you now. This is a vibin' song, right? Don't look back. We go through that. Feeling
Equinox07
attached.
says. Oh, those mint highlights look good.
Meow. Now the question is, how much to do? Because you know, you can have too much of a good thing. It's like I want to make them thick enough so that if I zoom out a ton,
Equinox07 says. With cat eyes the color tends to change the closer to the pupil it gets.
meow.
Equinox07 says. Their eye anatomy is pretty interesting, it just helps them hunt in low light visibility.
Or in some cases, stalk you throughout the house. Or whatever house cats do. Go through that just to carry it back. No one could hurt you then.
Equinox07 says. They have a reflective film in their eye called the tapetum lucidum, which is why their eye glows/glare in photos or IRL. Equinox07 says. Actual night vision.
Don't understand why we just don't have cats as all our night assassins. Like, what is this?
Equinox07 says. Mine always sleep with me. Equinox07 says. Wake up with both of them on my legs.
Somehow. Okay, I can see it. Yeah, my favorite part when I had a dog for a short time was, I guess, him waking us all up. Like, I don't know. I guess most people might be annoyed by their pets waking them up, but it's rising, we stand on the ring. Feel attacks just to carry it back.
Equinox07 says. Never been woken up by them and they play fight like it's the UFC at 2 a.m. every night, running laps around my room. Equinox07 says. They're brothers.
Here's the only annoying thing. Growth all around. Don't look back, you're feeling attached just to carry it back. No one could break you now. I gotta move all the references to make sure that there's not the white border. That's annoying me.
Equinox07 says. How much did this com cost?
20 books. So, I mean, in the future, that could be a lot less or a lot more.
Equinox07 says. Shit, that's not bad.
Yeah, I don't. When it comes to. I mean, in general, when it comes to commissions, I don't have very set pricing. I just take it as they come. The next thing is that this one guy wants me to draw posters for his parkour listing. So that is gonna be like this, you know, it's a cat. I could draw a cat. I drew a cat. The last thing I drew was a cat.
Equinox07 says. Equinox07 says.
The next thing I had to
What
draw.
LMAO?
He wants to make some listings on the site advertising his hardcore teaching skills. And so he wants me to draw the graphics for them. Yeah, I don't know either, but I'm charging him 20 bucks each, so. And he wants me to make him a profile picture. But all he has for me is like, oh, well, could it just be based off my name? And my name is Donut. So, like, I don't know what I'm gonna fucking do.
Equinox07 says. What is that request LMAO?
I don't know, the requests of a madman. As long as I get paid, I guess I don't care. But I mean, also, if I don't do it well, I won't like it either, so. Let me see. Like, I'll give this as one version. Because, you know, it's transparent, you can do whatever you want with it. But then... My next idea is if I add... Oh, I could have added whiskers. You mentioned it before. I didn't never do whiskers, so it didn't really stick in my mind.
Equinox07 says. Yeah, I mean you could do that and the whisker dimples to make it more cat-like.
Uh,
Equinox07 says. Do you use mouse or a pad?
Right now, I'm using a drawing tablet. I don't know. I never do them. Uh, just some very faint whiskers.
Equinox07 says. I like them.
Well, I'm glad someone in this world does. Now I'll do my other idea. Oh, it's on the same layer. I guess the easier way would be to just copy and paste that circle. And then I could add a green glow.
Equinox07 says. Yeah, that looks clean, Imo.
Yeah, it's certainly something.
Equinox07 says. Perhaps that area in the ears outside of the circle don't have the glow.
I wouldn't. On one hand, if they don't have the glow, they have to have something. Hmm. It's like Finding if you love, I'd be lying. When I do the streets, like you can burn it down. This is my world now.
Equinox07
Now I'm
says,
tempted.
it is sort of satisfying to just watch the process tbh.
Well, I'm glad that there is some positive takeaway from all this. But now I'm tempted to make the tail go all the way out there. There's meaning to my madness. Of course, now I have to freaking draw it. But like, what the fuck is this? Like, this just sounds like AI. Annoying. I'll be your idol. Keeping you obsessed. Keeping you obsessed. Leave your head. Another verse. I could be your sanctuary. You want him to the power of the gold. Keep your heart on here for your soul. Love your sins underneath your skin. And you get the mic a little higher. What you rely on. I wanna be and you can't look away. You just say, I'm on your knees, I'll pick your bottle. Keep it on inside. Action is a connection. Give me all your attention. Love your sins.
Equinox07 says, there's this instrumental comfortable song if you'd be interested in that. Haircuts for Men, EP. Equinox07 says, I like listening to that when I work on my PC.
Why is it called that? Love you to say. your idol. Yeah, you know, I know. 'Cause you're mine now. When you're all a part of me. Can I get the mic a little higher? On fire. Nothing's coming to save you. I'll be your
Equinox oh 07
idol.
says. It has that sort of 80 to 90s vaporwave aesthetic IG.
Hmm.
Equinox 07 says. Like nostalgic.
I will look it up. I'll play a few minutes of it.
Equinox 07 says. So what are you doing now? What does this do?
So I want to make another fuzzy. I changed the tail's position, and I wanted to make another version of the green fuzz and the white outline. So I had selected everything, and I'm just carving away at any excess just to make sure that nothing weird is selected, so that the outline doesn't look weird.
Equinox 07 says. Oh, so when you do the bucketful outline there's no artifacts?
Yeah, I don't like any artifacts. What did I just do?
Equinox 07 says. That non-white version looks pretty cool emo like an inverted version.
That's interesting. No, I don't know what I did. Okay, deleting everything inside. Move it to select invert. Well, it still had some pain, but that's fine. And this one, the whiskers were also included. That's annoying looking.
Equinox07 says. What got you into art?
I wanted to be able to animate things. I guess I started by tracing
Equinox07 says.
Sonic art.
I mean everyone gets into art, but what made you stuck with it? Catsy the cat says.
Meow.
Whoa, a cat. Catsy the cat says. Meow 3.
There have been so many cats drawn lately, and you've missed them all. But the thing that like kept me drawing is that
Catsy the cat
I used
says.
to do a lot of trades. I used to do a lot of trades where I would trade my art for characters and stuff like that. I still have all those fucking characters, the vein of my existence these days. And then all of a sudden someone offered me money. That's how it goes. So I've always been very avaricious. And yes, you've missed so much. So many cats. It's sad. I mean, one. Not that many. Gotta fill in all this fucking space.
Catsy the cat says. I wake around this time usually or later. Equinox07 says. I just feel like commissioning as an artist is so competitive ESP in the subfield.
Well, I mean, it's actually like the more niche you get, the easier it is. It's really difficult in the grander fields, like anime art in general. There's millions of people that can do it. And like especially when you're someone Western and you're competing against all like the Chinese, Japanese, Russian artists. They're fucking everywhere. Every other country where the US dollar is very strong, the people there have a lot of incentive to work themselves to the bone to earn in dollars. So they could undercharge you by infinitum and probably do better work than you too because they're desperate for it.
Equinox07 says. Yeah, that makes sense since they're actually making bank on USD.
Yep. Like I know that if I were to move to like Brazil, for example, I don't want to work a factory job there. I don't have any skills, so my only options would be like very grueling work. I'd much rather work and make USD because then I would have to work a lot less than how much I would have to work if I wanted to make a living in the United States doing art. It just, it just makes sense.
Equinox07 says. Well, what people do is they retire in Mexico/Thailand/ECT.
Yeah.
Equinox07 says. Where they can stretch their dollar.
In my paranoid brain, I always worry about like bank accounts and like all the different like I always worry about the logistical issues. Like I wouldn't mind retiring or living in another country and earning in dollar. But I worry a lot about the strange specifics about it.
Depends on where you travel.
Yeah, I know. But it's unfortunate that you're waking up these hours, Catsy, because I mean I should be asleep. The only reason I'm not asleep is that don't work tomorrow, and
Equinox07
it's
says,
fine, but
like a lot of Europe they take cards so there's little need to have a lot of euros on you.
I mean more in the sense of I worry that my American bank would be shut down because I'm out of the country a lot. Because maybe what if I don't have a US address anymore? See, like a lot of people can use their family or friends' address as their American like residence, but I don't have any of that. There are some like services you can pay. That's stressful. You never know if it's gonna work. You never, there's just a lot of worries. I need to make the screen for the blur.
Equinox07 says, yeah, I can see why. Equinox07 says, well, isn't Monero a way to circumnavigate that to a degree?
Oh yeah, but I'm getting like a few bits and pieces of it. And I certainly don't have like my life savings in it. And I would never have my life savings in it. I like to diversify to the extreme.
Equinox07 says, I feel like such a yapper whenever I text because I text quickly and have a lot of thoughts.
I mean, I don't mind because I don't speak enough. I just I do like the thing that you're not supposed to do. I sit here and I wait. You're
Equinox07
supposed to like
says,
talk to yourself.
like on messages I will just paragraph dump on people about random shit.
Um, if I had people to paragraph stuff about random shit, I would. I don't know. I feel like I would be like the worst person to talk to these days because all I'm doing is watching these videos about like the economy and how everything's rigged and it's all looking it's all planned and nothing matters. It's all gonna happen no matter what, and you can't really escape it. All sorts of shit.
Equinox07 says, well, if it helps, nothing matters, and that's why life matters. Equinox07 says, the idea of absurdism.
Meow. Now I want to make another one. These little smaller.
Equinox07 says, like I reckon there are 2 degrees of nihilism, whereas one sees no point because there is no point, and whereas one sees that there is no point so lives in spite of it.
Yeah, okay. There's a meme I saw once where it's kind of like no one is coming to save you. But no one's coming to stop you either.
Equinox07 says. Exactly.
Mm. But I guess I have paranoia, which means that like the things I worry about don't make sense, or like I take a possibility and I freak out about it. So or I extrapolate all the possibilities into
Equinox07 says. What just general anxiety? Equinox07 says. Like what eyes?
okay, like so for example, I gotta transfer some
Equinox07
money.
says. Ifs.
Imagine I have to transfer money to someone. I get frozen at the first step because I'm like, what if my bank like is suspicious about this transaction and stops the movement? And then what if they ask me for documentation or proof of something that I can't give? And then what if they shut down my account? And so I really hate having to do like a lot of normal things because every single moment of doing something feels like it's a chance for something to fuck up.
Equinox07 says. I mean they don't care unless you're buying suspicious things in say Argentina or transfer 10k plus dollars at once in which you can just call them and say it was you. Equinox07 says. But I get the general distrust in banking.
Mm, I guess I just hate things that I'm not in control of. But I mean, never said it was logical. It just is the way it is. I think this version is done at least. I didn't add the dot in the middle. Wonder if I should. I'll send. Let me. What I'll do is I'll send this version so far, and then I'll see what it says. BRB, send messages.
Equinox07 says. Wait, and what was it you said it was based off of a VRChat default model?
Yeah, I mean, not a VR chat, a VTube studio. So this cat right here is a default model in VTube Studio, which is a software in which you
Equinox07 says. Oh, a VTuber model?
yeah, a VTube Studio Live 2D model. Because there are 3D models that are VTuber models, and then there are Live 2D and PNG tuber VTuber models.
Equinox07 says. Isn't that what you have? Equinox07 says. Like a form of that.
Yeah, what I have is a PNG tuber model. It reacts to sound. Well, the PNG tuber means that it's images, while like a live 2D VTuber model is one that is made in live 2D. Like there's a lot of variations in PNG tuber models.
Equinox07 says. Yeah, I know people be dropping bans on that for models.
I used to be in the world of making the models as like I don't know how it is nowadays. I don't really care to know, but back in the day it was like 1,000 to 5,000 for really crazy models.
Equinox07 says. Makes sense though as an investment stream wise.
Yeah, I
Equinox07
mean,
says. Spend money to make money.
but it's kind of it's a weird environment because, for example, the industry VTubers, like for example, like Hololive and those, I only know like Hololive and Niji-san, they would spend nothing on the rigging for their models, and they would spend most of the money on the art. And then as the streamer, like or in that case, like the paid talent got fans and got money from their fans, then they would actually invest into the model. So the core being you need to be able to get fans even without a fancy model. Or to be like a model is interesting and it can draw people in and it can be useful.
Equinox07
But
says. Well, yeah, no one is spending that on their startup.
yeah, it's kind of like you shouldn't spend thousands and expect to become popular. And you should be able to carry a stream with like almost nothing. But a model can definitely be fun. It can be like a really cool part of your stream, but it cannot be the end all be all end all.
Equinox07 says. Yeah, the people who copy top streamer set UPS is stupid since it's just an investment you build later on once you already have a viewer base.
Or now you're making me think of DSP. It's never a good thing when I start thinking about DSP, but for example, he spent like a fuck ton of money.
Equinox07 says. What's that?
Dark Side Phil. I mean, you've probably heard of him. He's the guy who jerked off on stream. That's like how everyone knows him. But he's so much more than that. In a crazy way, of course.
Equinox07 says. Oh yeah, I searched it. Equinox07 says. Recognizable face.
So these days, he looks absolutely horrible. Let me see if I can do this. I'm gonna see if I can turn this into a pattern.
Equinox07 says. Yeah, didn't he forget his webcam, or is that someone else?
Yeah, he's like, the webcam was on. The webcam was on the whole time. Well, hello. Yeah. But he just looks like a ghoul these days. That's crazy. Right. I have to. Let's see if this will work. Aha! I bet you don't even know how I did this. But I love it.
Equinox07 says. Hacker man.
I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. I love it.
Equinox07 says. Bro is literally Neo.
He is the chosen one. That's what I had in my mind when this person first messaged me. Because they have like a whole website. Everything is very black and green coded. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Anyway, this person doesn't usually get back to me until like the next day. Well, it says they're online. I don't know. There's like a non-zero chance that they message back, but the chance is not 100, so. Maybe like 04, 03. The thing is, I'm gonna send them the source file anyway, so they can mix and match all these different layers and do whatever they want. There's even a time lapse made, because Krita has that recorder tool. Well, I mean, it's saved. I should probably go to bed. This can be considered quite a productive stream.
Equinox07 says. Yeah, that's fine, I got work tomorrow, so.
Yeah, so you should be asleep forever and ever.
Equinox_07 just followed.
Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you had a nice time hanging out.
Equinox07 says. OFC.
I hope to see you next time I stream. Which unfortunately could be tomorrow, or could be not, depending on how motivated or unmotivated I am. I'm a very reward-centric person. Have a great day at work. I will be sleeping in on this hot freaking day. Time to blast the portable AC, and hopefully not hit my breakers. Ha 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 ha. Alright. Good night. Thank you very much. Oh no. What are you doing? I love the pattern tool, okay? I figured out how to use it one time, and now I feel like I really am Hacker Man. But, yeah. Good night, goodbye.
Catsy the Cat says. THX for stream. See you again in a...
Alright, how about as a reward, as a reward for you showing up, I'll even run the end credits. Which I really remember to do anymore.
Catsy the Cat says.
Come on!
Aw 3.
Well, I would, but it's freaking okay. Come on. Credit roll. Haiku, VIP supporter, Equinox, and then Etsy and Woodkin. It's hard to read over the cat. There. Bye. Everyone have a good day and rest and etc.
Catsy the Cat says. GN.